All right, C1x Road to launch, date 18, I think. It's always an I think. Spent a little bit of time today so far thinking about how I want to do a little C1x marketing with worlds. Intending to put some of the more unique worlds rounds into C1x for some marketing, but gonna try and make some YouTube videos out of those as well. Got some ideas for how I'm gonna do that. But we are going to be all coding today. Probably a longer video too. We'll see how I'm feeling. All of our design changes are done with the exception of the all stats and round display views. Two most important views in the app, I think. Main menu is probably pretty important too in terms of just impression, but getting this view to be a little bit cooler, getting this view to be a little bit cooler, a little bit more aesthetic, a little more intriguing, a little more unique compared to existing stat keeping options. So I ended the last video by giving ChatGPT just a list of these stats. Went through that list. I think it was maybe asking the wrong questions. So instead of asking ChatGPT how I was going to display the stats, I just asked it to find some unique third-party Flutter packages for me with different ways to display data. Unrelated to disc golf, just I've got numbers, I've got percentages. What are some cool ways to display those? And I've got lots of ideas now. Lots of ideas. So the goal is going to be to put some cool graphics together just to display the stats on this screen, and then as we add stats throughout the development of the app, continue development of the app before launch and after launch, they'll get new graphics or they'll get incorporated one way or another. So I was trying to think about how I wanted to go about this and figured I would just do this on video. So these are all the stats that I currently have on this view. It's the same list that I have on the round display view down at the bottom. Exact same list, just obviously this is for one round. This is also only for one round right now because that's all I have in the app. But they're either integers, which just means they're a single number, like holes played, or they're a fraction percentage, like these putting stats. And I want to find some unique ways to... Some stats maybe need to be displayed on their own. Some I want to kind of be combined, like maybe show all the putting statistics together. I also had the idea completely unrelated to this, but C1x, one thing that could make it really unique, which I want to do, is I just want to give my own unique round ratings in C1x. Not going to be a PGA or UDisc scale, just like I don't know how I would do it if I like bullseyes out of 10, baskets out of 10, stars out of 10. A rating from 1 to 10, I give it a rating based off of just how their statistics looked in the app, putting together an algorithm to calculate that out. I think that would be pretty cool. Not something I'm going to do just yet. Maybe once I get these views done, we'll jump into that though. I think it could be cool. But then having that be information that I can display here as well would be pretty cool. I could even throw it underneath this graphic, or lots of cool options. I think that would be a good idea. But what I was intending to do today was just think about these stats. I've got my notebook sitting in front of me. I'm going to do a very rough sketch, I think, of how I want these to be laid out so that we have something to build off of. So right now we've got all stats. We've got our filter button. And then how to move these things around. So one thing I am going to do, it was on my to-do list, was moving the stat descriptions. Right now they each have this question mark next to them. Moving that dialogue into a single thing. I might just do that real quick before I start moving stats around. All stats. So all the stat explanations to be in one view instead of a bunch of them. Stat descriptions. All right, so let's just go grab icon button here. So I'm just going to grab this icon button. Let's back it out. Let's... Do I want it next to all stats? I don't think so. Maybe that does make the most sense. Where does that button need to go? It could just go next to this button. I think it will. I can give it its own icon as well. Const sized box width 5. Let's move that to here. Format selection. Okay, and we're just going to throw all of these in a column. So this is going to be for var stat equals 0, stat is less than stat descriptions dot length stat plus plus. That goes there. And then we're just going to grab this, throw it here, throw each description, we'll throw a spacer underneath it. And I'm probably going to adjust this content anyways once I've actually moved stuff around. But this will be app theme, or not, no, this will be page background colors dot alert dialog background. This needs to be font family. No, not that. Lolita. 25. That's probably way too much spacing. Let's just go 10 right now. Putting it in black. For this elevated button, let's make it probably just a secondary button like we already have right here. And then we just need to add label to it as well. Label dismiss. Get rid of child. Doesn't obviously doesn't like something we did here. Oh, child. All right, so secondary button there. And then we want on this back button, icon primary button. Let's copy that. And then I want this to basically be the same thing. So icon is going to be help outline maybe. We can tweak that slightly. Screen width, screen height. So I get rid of these things. All right, let's do a reset there. That should change a little bit drastically. Yeah. Yeah, obviously that doesn't look great, but we've got all the content there currently. That's fine. Maybe help should be next to the back button actually. I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's do this. Const size box width 5. And then let's replace this one with the spacer. Oh, nope. Save that. Push it over here. Too close, maybe? Maybe. 20. Could just move it next to the filter button too. We'll leave it there right now. I can adjust. Let me see if I want that to change. No, I think I like that help outline. Help center. What's help center? Help outlined. That is good. Help outlined. Okay. No, that doesn't look like outlined. Help. Outline. Outlined? Is that this a real thing? Yeah, okay. Silly. All right, so we at least got rid of these question marks. We've got them all up here now. We'll that's done, and then I'm going to add a update list of stat descriptions based on new design. Okay. Now, and screen capture has been frozen for a while. I even redid my whole build here, and it wasn't mattering. All right, this is what we got right now. This is not going to stay this way, but just putting all the descriptions in a single help button, removing them all from here. Why is this? Let's do a quick Google search here, see if it's still. This was streaming or just testing without doing so. Every 5 minutes or less. Yep. I freed up space on my laptop, updated OBS. Browser acceleration enabled in Chrome. All that seemed to work. There's one that I commented on. Maybe this one? This was the one that yeah. I commented on one of these support things, and it I know I'm not the only one with the issue. It's still annoying. I'm filming these things just to have the documentation of doing the coding, and it doesn't do me any good if the capture is always freezing. Got to keep an eye on it. So, now how to lay out these stats. So grouping some together, I think the app is called C1x. Putting statistics maybe be front and center. And driving statistics, like maybe I can get 2 really nice graphics for both of those on this page. I can make them a little bit smaller to fit other content as needed. That might be an option. So let's think about this. For driving statistics, we're going to have fairway hits, C1 in reg, C2 in reg, and parked. I think that's what I want to have. So let's just assume I'm doing a big enough graphic in the center here just for putting that there's nothing else that's going to fit outside of it. So we're going to do a circle on the outside, which is C2 putting, C1x putting, and C1 putting. 2, C1x, C1. With some labels, that's going to look like this. That's how I want it to look. Radial bar. So we've gotten all of these. Then I want a driving one, which can be fairway hits, C2 in reg, C1 in reg, and parked. Fairway hits, 2 in reg, C1. I'll show this what I'm drawing here once I'm done. It's very poor, but it just gives me a starting point here. All right, so I've got fairway hits, parked. I've got all of these included. All of those are included. Holes played should probably be something at the top. So these are some of the packages that I had Flutter giving me for ways to just convey different numbers, different variables. I don't think I have a good one. I was looking at heat map options as well. I'm going to keep that open just in case I need it. Give me some cool Flutter packages for displaying a single integer. I've looked at that one. Value's not going to be updating. Scoreboard. Doesn't exist, okay? Number isn't changing, just need to display it. Is that at all what I'm going to be looking for here? Probably not. Glow digital clock font. That could be. Doesn't exist. Auto size text I already have. I want a Flutter package that shows a like timer like counter, i.e. 18 would be 0, 0, 0, 0. Yeah. 404 not found. Number 1 doesn't exist, I don't think. Flutter 7 segment display widget. No. This. No one's using it. Number 1 doesn't exist. Flip panel I think does exist. Start 3 incompatible, 60 downloads. Same for 2. 3 has downloads and isn't compatible with the latest Dart. Odometer. No. 4 4 not found. 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 4 4 segment display. So right now I want a number of holes. Freaking froze again. Gosh dang it, why? Why is it so frequent? What do I have to do to make that not? Please just keep the screen capture going. It's so distracting to have to look over here every couple minutes, so I don't do it, and then I just realize that it's been frozen for half an hour. I don't think this is good. There's no way. These are all bad. Give me other ways to display a single integer. Just a card where it froze in like 10 seconds that time. I mean, this is just pointless, right? Like here, what if I remove it, is it going to stop recording? If it does, maybe this is the end of the video. I'll upload a second one. No, looks like we're still recording. Okay. Here. Whoa. Are we going to work now? Maybe. We'll find out. I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know. I don't quite know what the issue is here. I want to display holes played at the top. And I don't think I want it just to be a normal piece of text like it is right now. Not a card. Number and a gauge or meter. You can see what these are. I don't love those. I mean, could be kind of fun here. Fun, but probably not a good example. Like gauge implies a max that I don't really want to convey. Batch chip. What does chip do? I don't even know what does it look like? Maybe I just open this up.
The chip will
mute it. Just this little thing. Okay. Not going to do a chip. Timer-like effect without me. I don't know. I mean, this is going to be the very first thing, so I can't just try this right now. Secondary button filter. let's get rid of this toggle switch. This is outdated. I've got the filter dialog now. Rounds included, expanded list view, else for each stat. We're going to show it. Let me just copy this in here, see what happens. Is that a direction I want to go in? I don't think it is. I don't think so. This looks a bit too retro. Give me options for something more modern. So we've got number of holes up top, something I'm thinking kind of longer, rectangular, that can fit above these other graphics I want to show. The glass appearances, interesting, certainly. I don't think so. None of these may be good options here, but Google Fonts, that's new. I don't think that's it. These are the right shape. I need something rectangular, something long and short, but the many digits isn't working for me. I need something simpler to display an integer. I'm trying to just display the number of holes played. Just trying a bunch of different options here, find something that is going to work for me. Nothing like that. Let's see what this says. See what the chip looks like in I actually don't hate it. Let's do this. I like the chip option to indicate number of holes played, though. Maybe just with text that says holes played. And am curious about the circle avatar. We'll give this a try. Maybe this is what I'll roll with for just holes played right now. Comma. Yeah, that's not going to fit at all. Number as label, text and avatar. Yeah, I do like that better. Let's say I make this really long. Will it expand with me? It will. Okay. That may not be bad. I think this is an okay starting point, at least, for definitely want to customize it, but I think we're going to get the graphics in place, and then I'll go through and adjust colors. This isn't obviously going to be the final view, but we've got holes played. I've got my putting stats. I've got driving stats. Then I want a bar of score frequencies, which I want to look like this, I think. Is that... Do I even need this package for it? I guess might be the question here. Maybe. I don't know if that quite conveys what I'm going for. I want something like it. Kind of like this. So maybe I use this progress indicator. How do the labels work? It's just throwing text underneath it. See, I don't like that. Why don't these have label options? Not something they built in, which does always create issues. The percent indicator package includes a multi-segment horizontal progress bar. I like this and want to use it for whole frequencies in my app, i.e. for score frequencies, birdies, pars, bogeys, etc. Is there a clean way to show this information and add a nice key or labels for each score? So I think we're going to do that. We're going to go Nice little progress indicator here. This is going to be all scores. Are we adding a label? Build legend. Linear percent indicator. What is that? It's the same thing, right? Installing. I don't know why I have multiple imports there. Wrap build legend dot. Yeah, okay. Let's assume we got a legend then below it. That's going to take care of all of the score frequencies. And then it's just these items. Can I scramble rate, penalty rate, and bounce back rate all in the same one? That would be nice. I don't have a funnel. I don't know if I necessarily want it to be any of these. This flitter chart. Not a pie chart. I don't think I want it to be those. I want the radial bars to be unique just for driving and putting. Bubble scatter. I just don't think these are that fun. This one gives me a nice legend, which is cool. No. Maybe I just do these bars for scrambling. How long has it been frozen this time? Crazy. We're going to go with a just scramble OB penalty rate and bounce back rate. Like so. Let's move this up here, and then total OB penalty strokes, maybe another good way to show just a single integer. I don't think I want to use that card. Not these, not these. Numbers, tweak font size. Maybe it is just a chip right now. I don't know. Chip. Progress bars. Strokes. Okay. It's frozen again. It's every like 3 seconds. It's wild. C2 bonus. I would love to be some type of unique scale here. Single. I don't think it's going to be any of those. None of those. Alright, so now I want to display a single line progress bar that has a center at 0 and can be positive or negative, which changes color dynamically based on that value. Centered progress bar. Okay. Got this here, C2 bonus. And then a nice way to convey streaks here. Instead of radial, is there... It'd be kind of fun if radial gave me... I wonder if I could straighten it out. Fill chart. I've got 3 values of streaks that I want to show. Thinking about what the best best option might be there. None of those are good. This is, I mean, it's absolutely driving me crazy. Is it a disk space issue? Like I can come in here and clear stuff out. We can see if that actually does the trick. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it, see if maybe that helped. All right, displaying streaks. This is my last item here. It's so distracting. Something like that, maybe. Just streaks. Lots of using these linear progress indicators. That's what is about to happen. All right, so here is my very poorly done sketches here. Just a layout of the stats. So now let's start coding. Let's start coding. Then we're just going to get the graphics in place. We'll adjust with I need a good way to refactor this because I don't want to be forced or tied to always showing stats in the same order. It's not going to be a for loop. But maybe we could have a expanded list view. Otherwise, I'm just throwing stuff inside of it, which we can still do. So under all stats management, let's make a new file here. Let's go stat display graphics, maybe. I think it just got rid of it. Stat display graphics.dart. Let's come around infographic. I want the general structure of this. No container, just column. Material. We're going to return a column. Got the mute in time. Return column. Children. Okay. So I'm going to try and build this out in a separate view. Stat display graphics. I think I want stat keeping. Stat persistence, single round calculations, round display calculations, management, All right, so let's go, in addition to this, let's just make one called stat organization, Dart. And this one is going to be structured kind of like our style presets here. Stat, yeah, we're just going to call it that. Let's copy paste the import here. All right, so how do I want to structure this? I need to assign a label to every one of them, so we can go like static var holes played equals 0, static var. We can actually more or less just go down this list. Maybe that disk space thing fixed it. It does seem to be, hasn't frozen yet at least. Fairway hits equals 1, parked equals 2, C1 in regulation equals 3, regulation equals 4, C1x putting 5, static var C1 putting equals 6, C2 putting equals 7, scrambles equals 8, OB penalty strokes equals 9. We'll just call it penalty strokes. Static var penalty rate equals 10. So I'm trying to assign them all an index. I can refer to them later, setting it up in the way I've set up a lot of other things on this app, where if I ever want to change the order that stats are displayed, either on the all stats or either on display view, I just come change them once right here. And then that would be it. Penalty rate, static var. Should this all just be one variable? This will work. Ace frequency equals 11. Static var albatross frequency equals 12. Static var eagle frequency equals 13. Birdie frequency equals 14. Par frequency is 15. Bogey frequency equals 16. Double bogey plus or worse frequency equals 17. Bounce back rate equals 18. Longest C1 makes streak equals 19. Longest birdie streak equals 20. Longest bogey free streak equals 21. C2 bonus equals 22. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 21, 22. I got 23. Oh, and I started at 0. Yeah, so that's good. All right, so we give 1 for every stat. Now, static var graphic 1 trying to basically build like a little dashboard command center that I could control all these very easily with. I don't need to offer that much customization yet though. So we can go driving. Let's go. We'll go putting graphic equals C2 putting, C2 putting, C1x putting, C1 putting. Static var driving graphic is equal to fairway hits, C2 in regulation, C1 in regulation, part. Okay, static var score frequency graphic is equal to ace frequency, albatross frequency, eagle frequency. Yeah, exactly. Then we've got our other progress graphics equal scrambles OB, we'll go penalty rate, penalty strokes, bounce back rate. Let's move this here. Penalty rate, and then this can become penalty strokes. That's the order I want them to go in. Static var other progress graphic types equals progress bar, progress bar, progress bar, chip. This is maybe not super clear what I'm doing yet, but we're gonna get there. Other graphics, we've got penalty strokes, then we've got C2 bonus. Okay, and then static var streak graphics equals C1 makes longest birdie streak, longest bogey free streak, chip, and we'll call it a scale. All right, stat organization, stat display. Let's call this a stat display infographic. And then we're going to go new file, stat display individual graphics. Stat display infographic. Perfect. Okay. So. Let's go to all stats, individual graphics. Let's start with the chip. All right. Take the below code and refactor it into its own widget to call separately. Go to our individual graphics. Let's go here. Let me copy that import. Probably gonna want it at some point. This one we're just gonna call it chip. Chip graphic. It is not a Dart file. There we go. Okay. So that's going to be our chip graphic. Next up, I need the Sync Fusion. Yes, Sync Fusion flutter charts. 3141. Let's copy this into our pubspec file. Good to go. And just while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and grab these ones as well, because I do know that I'm going to need them. So I got percentage indicator, I've got flutter charts. I think I'm going to want this expandable too. I think this might be pretty cool. Let's go ahead and install this one as well. It is not super popular. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't do that one. I don't think I'm using this one at all. Okay, we'll call it good there. Let's save it again. All right, now give me a refactored widget for the radial graph and the Sync Fusion Flutter Charts package. And what did I call it here? I guess this might be stat organization progress bar. So let's actually just call them a radial chip and scale. Okay. This is my radial one, individual graphics. Let's grab that here. Okay. So that is radial. Now I need the percent indicator. Now I need another factor widget for the multi-segment progress bar and the percent indicator package. Grab the import, doesn't want to let me just copy it on its own. So we'll just copy the whole thing then. That, and then I just need this import like so. Throw that up here. All right, so I've got this might be a start at least. Stat organization. So here we're going to go static var all graphics order. And we're just going to put them in the order that I have currently. Graphic, driving graphic. Other progress graphics, street graphics. Okay. Trying to make this nice and easy to call. So then here, our children, we could go for have stat organization. Static var intro graphic is equal to holes played. This will be intro graphic. Okay. And then here I'm thinking we go var graphic equals 0, graphic is less than. I need a stat organization here. Stats management, stat organization. Nope, missing the N there. All right, graphic is less than stat organization dot all graphics order dot length graphic plus plus. Let's go. I might end up adjusting this a little bit, but we're gonna get the idea here. Add a for loop for each graphic in that order. I want to display the graphic. Individual graphic types. Stat radial chart, multi-segment. Progress bar. Here we're gonna go do I have this right? So intro graphic, we're just gonna display this can be static var intro graphic type equals chip. Static var putting graphic types equals radial. Radial. Scale, or not scale. Multi-segment. Street graphics. We're going to be more just progress bar. So I need a way to return the right widget based on these. Let's let Flutter do this part for me. It should be, I want to organize, holy cow, stats like the below so that I can just run through content in a for loop and adjust the order of stats and stats included by changing the below variables. How can I set up the for loop to call the right stat widget based on the info below? Stat widget factory. Okay. That seems like the right idea. So here I need not scoring management, all stats management, and stat display individual graphics. This one needs to be chip graphic. Which is just int value. Int value, final string label. Require this label, and this becomes label. All right, and then here we can go value label. Step 1, create a widget for each type, which I have. I like this option, but the different graphics I have will all require different types and quantities of data, and factory needs to accommodate this. Type is needed. Parse it in the widget, yeah. This label, segment labels, yeah. It's probably good. Factory final graphic. I want step 1 and 2 to be combined under the factory widget. No, not combining those. Okay. I see what we're going for here. Type dynamic stat data, dynamic labels. Okay. think I probably want this to go in its own up here. Okay. So for each graphic, all graphics order. How am I calling? Just this. Stat graphic factory. Graphic factory. Stat display individual graphics. Stat widget factory. Stat widget factory. Can be assigned to the list type. Widget. Maybe I can just do this. Widget factory, stat organization. The data is just not something I'm going to have. I think I'm just confusing myself here right now. Oh, so on the infographic. I want to, let's undo this. Stat widget factory. Can't be assigned to list type widget. Do I need to do this? I do. How do I call stat widget factory inside of a for loop? Either of your examples are include a for loop. widget. Let's see. And then what do I need here? We don't call it type. Labels, comma, data. I think I have this backwards. Stat data and labels. Stat data. Labels. So for each, we're going to build a widget type so for each one of these intro graphic, we're going to go all graphics order. Let's go static var all graphics types equals that. Static var graphic types for multiple values is going to be equal to radial multi-segment. And that's it. So on our infographic, we can go for var type equals 0, type is less than all graphic types, all graphics types, graphic.length, yes. So for each type, we're going to, we can go if stat organization dot all graphics types, graphic type, here we can go if stat graphic types for multiple values contains stat organization dot all graphic types, graphic type. So here I'm saying if the graphic I'm trying to show needs to display multiple values, and if it doesn't, so I'm passing the right amount of data, we can throw, whoa. Let's copy this. We can throw it inside of here. All right, so the type here is going to be this. Stat data. This will be the tricky one. I'll need to pass stat data to the infographic here. Whole played is equal to 0, so this is passing 0. Okay. I think I'm setting this up in a way that will work well. Here, instead of this, I need display the infographic. It doesn't need to be types, labels, it doesn't need to be, but stat data it does. dynamic stat data. Don't think I need those. We can keep that for now. This dot that. Required this stat data. These can all go away. This dot. Required this dot screen width. Let's get rid of these. All right, so then I'm going to pass stat data to it. And the labels. So maybe then it's stat organization. Static var holes played label. Hole played label equals holes played. Static var fairway hits label, fairway hits part. C2 and reg. C1x putting. C1 putting. C2 putting. Scramble percentage. Penalty strokes. Penalty rate. Static var ace. Let's see, label equals ace frequency. Albatross equal birdie par bogey double bogey bounce back rate C2 bonus. All right, and then we can go let's go here, static var order for do I need to throw all of the stats themselves into an array? I think so. Order for calculating stats is equal to holes played. We got fairway hits, parked. Come on, autofill for me here. C1 and regulation. It's not going to do it. C2 and regulation. C1x putting. C1 putting. C2 putting. Lame. Scrambles. Penalty. Strokes. Penalty rate. Ace. Albatross. Eagle. Birdie. Par. Bogey. Double. Bounce back. Now that I'm done, it's gonna autofill for me. Order for stat labels is equal to played label is This is ridiculous that it's not autofilling. Of all the times that it does a great job of autofilling for me. I don't think this is actually going to be the order that I want them to go in. Below is my widget for displaying the graphics for all of my stats. Below is the variables I'm currently creating to try and manage this. I have a separate function that calculates all of my stats in a specific order, and I'm trying to refactor enough so that I can easily reorder and change graphics just from the variables below. How would you structure these to work within the above code? Just start here. I need a little bit more of a abstract thought process. This might be too much. The above code and the graphic widgets down below. What if I need the user to be able to reorder stats from within the app? Yes, give me a full working example. All right, let's try this. I already have shared preferences. Stat widget config. All right, back it up. I need the full code for how to create clean graphics that is set up for the user to change them dynamically in the future. I do not need the user to change them now and don't need the code for that. I just need the rest of the stat handling to be set up for this in the future. I'm going to comment this whole thing out right now. And then the widget factory can go here. Example implementations of each widget. All right, so then it wants me to update all of these. And then the main widget that ties it all together would be this. Copy. All right. So now that I have the code, how do I call it? That's your indices. So I can get close to this. Let's go to not all stats. Individual stat calculations. All round calculations. Single round calculations. I think I call this for both of them, don't I? Single round calcs. I'm creating it as a string. Dynamic number of holes. Parked returns false. Total parked. Total fairway hits equals 0. I'm just returning it as a number, right? I am. Okay. Number of holes I return. Total C1x putting. Okay, so below is how I'm currently managing my calculations, all in a preset order. Stat organization. does this work within my current code? Do I need to reorder it? Oh, I return albatrosses at the bottom. Keep clicking notes. I want to have a stat order which is managed in stat organization, so that changing it there will change how the calculation is ordered as well. Also important to note that my stats are all either integers, holes played, or a array of 2 values, birdies. Array of 2 values. The first one is the, where are we at here? Scramble 0, 1. C1 putting 0 and 1. C1 in regulation. No. C1 putting. Here we go. Makes versus attempts. 2 values birdie, percentage, comma. 0 is birdies. 1 is number of holes. The code needs to accommodate this. All right, so let's, not individual, let's go to my single round calculations. Below is how my calculations are currently handled. Please provide all of the code changes needed to implement your suggestion. That makes sense. All right, update stat organization to include this key, stat order. Okay. to return this. So this is going to screw a bunch of stuff up, but should be useful. All of those stay the same. Not changing these, but then this becomes our return. I instead return that. Add a helper function, build ordered stat data. So I think I'm definitely getting away from this. Let's copy that in here. Usage example. All right, so now where do I have an issue? Like all round calculations, I would have it here. So this would become this. This is tough. So single round calculations works on its own sometimes. But other times I am displaying stats over many rounds. Need to sum them together. I was doing this in my previous code via the below. How does this need to be updated to accommodate? So here we're in all round stats. I have this. Let's do a ignore the adding strings at the end. I still want to display these values with the same graphics as the individual rounds. They will just be different numbers, generally larger for more rounds. Combine stat maps. Okay. Stat maps. Streak functions need to be like so and stat organization. Okay. Update my multi-round calculation to combine all rounds. Close. But on step 3, you're still adding strings like fairway hits for displaying the stat. I don't want strings. I want to display these stats using the same graphics factory that we created for an individual round. Yes. I don't have multi-round calculations. Do I need to have multi-round calculations? Maybe. Maybe. Let's go down here. Stat keeping, all stats management, stat organization. Multi-round to return map string. Yep, implement as above. Build ordered stat data. Didn't we already have that? I think so. We'll update it just in case it's different. Looks like it might be just a little bit. Pass that ordered list to my UI widgets. So it wants me just to call multi-round calculations there. Is your multi-round calculations below intended to replace my function below? Because if so, it's missing a lot of data. Is it just round IDs and round IDs selected that I need? If so, then it needs to incorporate my round IDs selected arguments like my original function did. I'm sometimes filtering out rounds and had these built in intentionally to only calculate stats for the rounds selected. Multi-round calculations. Paste. This is gonna get real dicey. we'll see. We will see. That's all rounds, single rounds. Right here. Formatted all-time stats. All-time stats is going to have to update too. I'm making this much harder on myself just by trying to refactor it. I think it will be a lot easier down the road. I could just pass the same values I already had, but then it just, if I ever want to let the user move driving to the top instead of putting, that adds a lot more headache without the work that I'm trying to do right now. So I think it's worth it. It's just, it is taking a long time. Calculate stats holder. Was it factoring in time frame? I don't think it was. No, I don't think so. I don't think I needed mode either. I'm far enough in at this point, it probably just becomes easier to scrap my existing structure and redo it. Maybe. Okay. All-time stat persistence. This one's going to be probably going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky. I'm at a point where I don't even know where to start yet. It's gonna have to be lots of testing based on what I'm doing right now. All right, so below is the code I'm using to filter out the round IDs. How does this need to be updated based on our new code and including the call to the new function for calculating multi-round stats. We removed the calculate stats holder function. Remember, I'm displaying these in our graphics now, and this needs to account for that. These change, or don't change, excuse me. Stats holder equals updated stat widgets. I feel like we're just not, I'm not quite there yet. Let's just comment this out. Where am I calculating that stats holder? Stats holder. All right. This was the line of code I was using previously on view launch to put together the list of strings for displaying stats. With the new function we have below, what do I need to call in order to use my stat factory widget down below, display the new stat graphics with the appropriate calculations? I'm not displaying strings. Didn't we just make a bunch of graphics for displaying these stats? Multi-stat data. I feel like I'm making things worse. I feel like I'm making them worse. All right, what the heck? Like maybe, I don't know what they're doing outside, good Lord. I feel like this is a mess and I'm gonna start over. Single round calculations, all right. We're gonna help my understanding here. Give me an example of what the below function would return. All right, and then all round. Ideally, this should return the same thing. Okay, with that information, then what would the below function return, which calls the above function? Okay, so that makes sense. Multi-round calculations. Single round calculations, combined stat maps. I built out that function to order it. And I feel like this is where I start to lose it. Start to lose an understanding of what's going on. So I've got my function here. Did I copy? Let's make sure that this function's going to work. This is the combined stat maps function. Does this work? Okay. So those are going to give me what I want them to. Now the question is getting them to display properly within my graphics. When my app view is launched, I want to call the multi-round calculations function and assign the return value to a variable called stats holder, called stat calculations. How can I do that? All right, all stats. Give me this, stats calculations. Init state, load stats, super init state. Yeah, let's call this here. Load stats, and then load stats we want to be this. Okay, this is why I was doing it down below. So we're not going to do that here. Let's go stat calculations. Let's take this, we're going to go way down here. Stat calculations is equal to multi-round calculations. This just becomes round IDs. Okay. That's already taking place within a set. It's not taking place within a set state. Why was it not? I guess I'm initializing it here, so it doesn't necessarily need to. Great. Variable is set. Now, I have the below stat widget factory that I want. Or no, I want to call stat infographic. Yeah. Stat infographic widget that I want to call to display all of these stats in a specific way. How do I call that? Oh, hold on. Stat expects a list dynamic. Okay. Instead of that, can I convert the infographic to accept the data type that my stats are already in. That sounds much easier. Let's do that. Copy. Infographic's going to become this. All graphics config. Keys. Update the below as needed to work within your code. Copy. We're getting there. We are getting there. Do that. The widget here for the children infographic. Where does this need to go? Children equals this. To list. Okay. So I've got, let me do that. Now down to where I call it for each stat holder. How would I call the stat infographic widget then from another view? So then I think this just becomes, let's comment these out. And then let's try pasting this here. Stat display infographic, is that what I called it? It is. So that's what we need up here too. Stat display infographic. 1 second. All right, so we added the import. Stats calculations, is that the variable? Let's just double check, it is. And I've still got the errors down here. This is related to filtering rounds. So obviously I've still got lots of issues within. Oh man. Because I need this to show the same thing. Round display stats holder. I think I need to basically comment out this whole thing. This becomes single round calculations. passing it to the infographic. So all stats, I need something similar here around display. Where is it at? Around display. All the way up here. Stats calculations, this will be single round calculations. Pars, distances, user whole scores. Pars, distances, user whole scores. Alright, so we need to add round index. I'm trying to build it out enough to get rid of these errors so that I can at least start to run it and see what the heck I'm actually doing to the app. Round course difficulties, round index, user score and shot data, user scores, round index, and shot data sets, round index. Okay, with the point being that maybe we get rid of this. On round display calculations, maybe I get rid of this. And then down here, instead of this, we do where is it at? All stats. This. Stat display infographic. Stat keeping. This needs to become all stats management and stat display infographic. Okay. Round loading. Deleting a round. Yeah. So all-time stats is not working right now. Scorecard. New all-time stats. Here I just have to update these. That's actually it. Alright, update all-time stats, saving on scorecard, updating when deleting around, and showing when filtering. So I don't forget, that was a lot. Throwing an error. Not surprising. Stat display. Okay. Now I go to all stats. And on relevant error causing widget there, stat display individual graphics. So let's go. I've got this. Below is my infographic widget. Factory and individual graphics. copy static widget build widget. All right. So this will become, whoa, where'd it go? Multi-segment progress bar scale. Default. All right, so I think I can just grab all this. Like so. Does that fix the error that it said I was having? Okay. On 189. Can't exceed. I guess we can start with a simple example here. C2 putting is 66. For starters, this code gives me a first graphic for C2 putting with a value of 66. That makes no sense. Where is that coming from? Process data. Where's all stats at? All stats, let's go up to my calculation here. Let's print this. Maybe do a reload then. All right, I got a value. 2 out of 3. Okay. Now what about, so C1 putting is 80%. What is fairway hits? Fairway hits. Fairway hits. Multi-round calculations, is that actually how that's going to work? I guess it should all be coming from the organization file I have, right? Where I actually set the keys. Fairway hits, it should. Okay, let's do a reset again. $16. I think it screwed up my stats. Single round calculations. All right, let's throw it at ChatGPT. You gave me the below code and messed up my statistics. Fairway hits is a percentage based on number of holes, what I had previously, but you removed the denominator. Now I just get a value way over 100% because there is no division by the number of holes. This is a classic problem that ChatGPT created. Total parked, comma, number of holes. Just copy that here, this, here, and this. Scrambles, penalty strokes, aces. I think those are all good. Let's see what that does for me. $88. So now I'm getting the right percentages, I think. And after parked, it goes off the deep end. Chip hole plays. It's giving me that one accurately. C2 putting, C1x putting, C1 putting, fairway hits. And parked, the multi-segment is not doing well. 189 on individual graphics. The below line is getting a value far greater than 1.0. I guess we can't pass these. I should probably be able to do it here. Print total percent. Let's do a reset and see if I can, what's the total percent giving me there? 1.6. Peculiar. Total percent. When I call it, it's ace. It's all of these frequencies. Because there's so many aces and albatrosses that they're counting as two. What's the best way to handle that? Because sometimes a score on a hole, for example, a 1 on a par 3, can count as both an ace and an eagle. What's a good way to fix this? that makes sense. And that's at least easy for me to change. Individual stat calculations. Or single round calculations. Yeah. Else if oh no, I did that quite wrong. If ace, else, and we copy this here, get rid of it here. There's no doubling up on those. Albatrosses, else, if, eagles, else, if birdies. So get rid of those two. And then I can just keep going, else, if even par, else, if bogey, else. Throw all of these just so it can only be one. Let's do a reset on that. How is it only 94%? Else if double bogey or worse. Ace, albatross, eagle, birdie, even par, bogey. That only checks double bogey or worse. That has to be greater than or equal to it. Silly. Yeah, now total percent's going to be 1. Wow. Okay. Progress? Technically? So let's go to displaying individual graphics. Let's is this working on this view as well? It is. Okay. Let me get together how I'm calling this here. This is the stat config and my stat organization widget. I want the radial graphic for putting stats to show them all as individual rings within one graphic. On my all stats view, when I call it, where's that at? Right here. This is my current call. How do I do this? All right, so we're gonna update this class. It needs to take into account the key needs to radial. What did I just call it? Multi-ring radial chart. Is it gonna give me a new call? For yeah. Why are you checking types in an if statement? All radial graphs will have multiple strings per the keys I have in stat organization. My stat data should already be appropriate percentages, shouldn't it? Jeez. I don't think this is going to be a super straightforward fix, but it is a start. I think this is going to be so worth it once I actually get it to work, but it is always frustrating. Come on, Raz Num again. Always frustrating taking steps backward. Didn't we already discuss the issue of expecting num and that not being the format my data is in? This throws an error. Below is how my stats are outputted. From it, I'm passing, let's go to all stats. Stat data, stat calculations. Stat calculations comes from the multi-round calculations. And multi-round calculations is producing it like this. What? Whoa. Why are we adding a whole new transformer function? This is an unnecessary middleman. If every single piece, every single stat I pass to the radial function will be in that fraction format, like I already said they were, then shouldn't it just take that as an argument instead of num? Why are we calling it fractional radial chart? I know it's not entirely ChatGPT's fault, but man, it's annoying. I already have the below general functions. Update your code accordingly if they are useful. Is this returning a radial chart with multiple rings, like I said every radial chart needed to? Come on. It's like it's doing a terrible job of just remembering what I asked to do 2 steps ago. Which is rough. It's rough. What is ring data? Where did ring data come from? No. Calculate percentage. Now I need. No, not that. I need. That's fine. Management. General math calculations. Multi-ring radial chart. It's passing labels as an argument, and then I don't think it's using it. Oh, just right there. Whatever, let's do a reset. I don't think this fixes anything, but frustrating. It is frustrating. All right. We created these configs to be one per to indicate the number of graphics needed to display. Notice how all the putting is in one, all the driving is in one, and some stats have their own graphic. Your current code gives me 3 iterations of the putting graphic. 3 copies instead of just 1. All stats. List view children. The call is below, and the info graphic widget is below. Build widget for radial. Is that true? Individual graphics. Below is my, well, I guess, yeah, we need to go to the case. Okay. Case radial becomes this. I feel like something's off there. Where's my error now? Build widget. So it is this. Fractions is required. Didn't you set fractions as an argument for the multi-ring? Didn't do it right. Didn't do it the first time. All right, yeah, I mean, that's one issue fixed, I guess. C2 putting. All right, let's go here. Colors. Where are the labels coming from? Is that from stat organization? The below widget does not look good. The bars are all way too thick. I guess not necessarily too thick. There should be 3 of them for the putting to C1x C1, but I only see 2, even though all 3 labels are showing in the center. And there's weird lighter outlines on the inside of each ring. I don't think I asked for a new ring data function, but that's okay. Oh, we got an error. No, that's terrible. All right, whatever. do it again. Man, I really don't understand what's going on here. C1x putting is supposed to be green. Clearly is not. I copied your code exactly. Yeah.
I just need to grab pants.
All right, so C2 blue is narrow on the outside. There's then a gap. It's narrow on the outside and has a slightly transparent ring for the negative space that the percentage doesn't fill. There's then a gap between this and the next ring. C1x green is not showing at all. C1 orange is twice the thickness of C2. There are, I don't even know what's going on. There is no gap between this ring and others. Although green isn't showing, there is a negative space ring that is also wider than C2. C1 putting may be, I may not have made a C1 put on this. C1x put. That's certainly possible. I don't think I made a C1x putt, so maybe that's why green isn't showing, but the differing ring sizes and overlap is still a huge issue. Try it again. All rings are now way too thick. Total radius percent and gap percent. This just made them smaller, not thinner. Now it's going to be slow too, man. It's like I can handle the issues, but it also now just not working. Ring thickness. Total radius percent minus ring count minus 1, so 3, that's 2. 80 minus 2 times gap percent divided by ring count. Give me example numbers for how the below line works. Yeah, no, I want this to be 100. Lowering gap percent makes them thinner? It does. Delete round. I'm probably gonna screw so much stuff up right now. They're so thick, there is so much overlap. Man, just fix it. Please just fix it. What is so confusing about this? Below is my code, C2, and my graphic for C2, C1x, and C1 putting are all still way too thick and overlap a ton. Why is this? You know that C2, C1x, and C1 are all independent stats and add up to well over 100, right? This shouldn't be affecting it. I don't think you understand your own code. Reducing total radius percent just decreases the size the rings have to take up, right? This decreases the overall size of the graphic. even reducing the thickness then doesn't matter because the graphic got smaller. So there's less room between rings than there already was, and the overlap gets worse. Seems to have only affected the outside one though, right? Changing gap percent to 20 looks much better. However, it seems to only have affected the outer ring. The inner rings have no additional spacing added and are still just as thick. Below is my code for this. Fix it accordingly. Interesting, that is exactly what I did. There we go. Oh, you made it worse. You made it worse. You made it worse. The inner rings got no thinner. The outer ring got much thicker. Didn't tab it. Why are you not tabbing? Go away. You are not doing that. What are you screwing up? it's just this. Okay. Count is already defined. Again, you made it worse. Does it think this is going to fix it? Is that what we're doing here? I don't think that changed a single thing. I'm using 3 rings. The rings, the middle ring is thicker than the outer ring. There is still tons of overlap. Everything is way too thick. You keep suggesting changes that make no improvements on my existing code. I get it now. I don't think you get it now. Oh, I know it's not going to work either. I don't know what to do. Why is it so hard? I haven't just said screw it on ChatGPT in a while, but I think I'm about to on this. This is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. All right, so let's go to the package, because ChatGPT right now I think is kind of useless. Other useful links. Probably knowledge base. Flutter. Data visualization. Radial gauge. Give a picture of this. Which one is it using? Flutter charts. Multi-ring radial. Radial bar series. Ring data. Where does radial bar series go? Chart title, legend, line series. That's what I want. How do I make that? Please. Please, please, please. To me, that doesn't seem like it should be that hard. I mean, good lord, like what if I say 2? Freaking make it 2. How come that's only the outer one? Just have to remind myself that it's going to be good when I finish it. I just have to get to it. That's it. That's all I have to do. We just have to get to it. Build a widget. Return padding. When I call it in all stats, there should be plenty of room. Should be plenty of room. All right. We gotta, I think I just gotta go new again. It's killing me. It is killing me. It doesn't look like the documentation for that widget is incredible. I need a graph which takes in multiple values and returns a ring for each. The rings should all fit inside of each other, be the exact thickness, and have plenty of spacing in between them. Does the below accomplish this? What changes are needed? copy your written approach, and this gives me rings that are way too thick, all overlap each other. Didn't change anything. Outer radius of ring 1. Thickness, that doesn't. Print out the outer radius and inner radius. Print outer radius, inner radius, yeah. Below is the printout I'm getting. I want you to fix the code, not write a debug program. Why did you say to make the gap percentage 8 or bigger and then set it at 6? Copy your code again exactly. Below printout for radius. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's actually what it's given me here. I made 20 and now get the below printout. I can also see that the graphic isn't respecting these values. The outer ring is much more thin than the middle ring, despite their width supposedly being the same. It says track thickness isn't defined and ring data requires radius. Somehow better, but still terrible. This is proving to be the hardest thing I've ever done. This kind of helped, but the rings are still getting thicker as they get closer to the center. What I mean is that the inner circle, that the stroke width of the inner circle is literally 3x the pixels wide as the outer circle. It's not an illusion, it's literally much wider. What is this? I don't think this is anywhere close. What are we at? Override here? What is flat? What arguments does ring data need? I'm like trying to lecture ChatGPT, and I know that's a lost cause, but I'm so frustrated at this right now. Please just fix this. I want 3 very narrow rings. 3 because of the length of the past argument should not be preset with lots of space in the middle. Rings have the exact same pixel thickness. Please. Just please. Stop. Guess what your solution didn't do? Why are we even setting an inner and outer radius? Is there not a simpler approach with this package? Right out fully. Add logging to this so I can show you the mistakes. you're not going to pass radius argument to ring data, don't you need to update that structure then as well? Oh. Is this what you expected? If the math is perfect, yes, test these variations. No custom painter. The package should be working fine. Instead of changing code, why don't you add more debugging statements so I can address the actual problem before making unnecessary changes? One had no change. Two was irrelevant. And oh, a waste of my time to read. Track border width, radius cap. Stroke width I can set. Stroke width. Track thickness is not available. Is there a way for me to hard code a track thickness and at least see if that works? Give me a full example that lets me explicitly set these values and see what's. That's fine. This is not supposed to take this long. I feel like I've just been on video whining the whole time. Trying to get ChatGPT to fix all my problems. Just base thickness. Even copying this new code, the rings are all different sizes from each other. Give me the full code to copy. They do though. Like I can. Is it a package issue? Am I just using a terrible package? Is that what's happening? It's got 270,000 downloads. How would that... Is that what I'm importing? Flutter charts. Like what is going on? Where is... Spark charts? No. The package says to use the following. Okay, so we do have that. Where's your... I mean, shoot, I guess I'm just going to this again. SF, data visualization, SF circular chart. How does it look? Please just show it to me. Below is copied from an example on the packages website. Why does yours look nothing like the example? Yep, rewrite the full code. Right? No, I'm asking you. Changing the gap percent to be bigger doesn't add additional spacing, it just makes the rings thicker. Why did you remove the sized box wrapper? not a single pixel of spacing between the rings. It's like it's kind of close, but it just can't do it. It just can't do it. Does the widget have any I think you understand what I'm looking for. Let's say screw this package and give me the code to accomplish what I'm asking. Math import. Okay. Better. Now, ring thickness. So if I set this to 20, labels all display in the center of the rings with a color-coded legend next to them. No. The labels to the side. I said labels in the center of the rings. Is the outer, all the labels should be right next to each other, and all of them should be inside of the smallest ring. Then there should be a color-coded label next to them, indicating their ring association. What is... Why are we calling it a donut chart now? I can't. Why are you calling it donut chart now? Don't change names. I've already used these in declarations elsewhere. I'm gonna have to go fairly soon here. This has been a ridiculously long video of me doing absolutely nothing. Just nothing. It's crazy. Do we have colors in this? No, did we miss the colors? Where did the colors function go? Where are these new arguments coming from? You changed the name again. Stop doing that. It was... You also added color arguments, which is stupid. The widget should have the ability to generate these on its own. We weren't passing these before, so why are we starting now? The name wasn't multi-ring chart. The name was multi-ring radial chart. Can you not review your own memory? This is so many. This is so much code. Put it into a file, and how do I call it? Something's got to be missing from this. Didn't we discuss the format previously that my stats would be passed? You are writing 100 hundreds of lines of code to draw 3 circles. Your fractions are doubles again. Why do you keep ignoring the variable types that we set previously? The rings are very thick. Does your updated code show the labels inside of these circles like I asked for? as awful as this has been, I am not overly far away right now. Like, our stats are still calculating as they're supposed to. I'm not sure what's going on with these guys down here, but it is close. Oh, I made that. Yeah. Ish. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Wow. What does that score to color? Where is this coming from? segment. I think it's just that. Segmented bar graphic. Segment data needs to go here. Let's do a reset. We are slowly, very slowly going to get there. Right now I'm just trying to refactor all of those graphics into their own files. So that I have something to do with them. Scale dart. What if I rename this? Chip. Okay. Rename radial. Okay. Rename. Segmented. Okay. So we've got scale there. We're just going to copy all the imports in because I'm not messing with it right now. Stat scale widget. And then this needs scale, not segment. Okay. Well, it uses chart data. Isn't referenced, yeah. Segmented and then progress bar. Then we're going to come down here and copy this. Let's rename this. This is going to be stat widget factory. Okay. Do one more reset, make sure that we have no issues here. Still terrible right now, but and why that took me 4 hours, I have no idea, but we got there. We got there. Segmented. Ace. screen width, like let's say I make this 0.7. A little bit smaller. I think 0.8 is probably good. These obviously don't fit. So now it's going to be learning how to take what I have here and get it to look the way that I want to. Obviously, we've still got these. Those probably shouldn't be progress bars. Those are single integers. I think I just wanted them to be. Probably should be chips, should they not? Like I wonder if we go to my stat organization here, if instead of type, how is, it's got to be just down here, chip. If I just do 3 of these, like so, we get rid of this, we do a reset. I want these to be chips as well. Yeah. What is that? So C2 bonus is the only one that doesn't quite seem to be displayed as it should. These stats I think are, is bounce back 0? Bounce back is 0. So I think the stats are all showing correctly. We've got the right number of pars, bogeys, aces, birdies. Colors are obviously off, but the information is coming through as it should. It's a start. And obviously the way I'm coding this in, I'm doing them all at once. So ideally as we get the all stats view to look good, we're getting the round display view to look good as well. But I do think I need to stop there. Man, that was a struggle. We got World starting in 2 days. I've got a lot I want to get done before World starts, and I was hoping to make more progress today than I did. We got there eventually, I guess. So many files open here. Return segments, generate. I'm getting rid of this. Score to color. What do I have here? We've got segments dot label. Where's the label coming from? Labels. I'm passing it right there. Labels I. And so what was this previously? Segment dot color. There is no color here. Can we go color, score to color segment label? Does that work? Let's do a reset. Make sure this looks the same. Yeah, okay. What a mess. What an absolute mess. Oh man. Let me remind myself that I do still like the way the rest of the app looks. I'm not destroying everything. That's brutal. Okay, so we did make progress. This looks terrible, but it's on the right path towards where I want it to look. I've got to sign off for the day. I might compulsively try and fix this a little bit later. If I do, maybe I'll pop up a video just after the fact. We'll see. But I got to wrap it here. So we'll call it for this video. Sorry if you stuck around this long. We'll see you in the next one.